Okay, good. And they're about to sit down, hopefully. Just say when live and then we'll go. Your microphone's on mute. Testing, testing. One, two, three. Sounds good. Okay. Just say live when we're live and I'll start talking. So good afternoon from the grand final of the seventh Gibraltar Backgammon Championship. This is Chris Bray commentating. I'm actually not in Gibraltar, but in London. The guys is getting ready to start the match. So we've got Tobias Hellwag from Germany, who I know reasonably well, and Borgia Soren from Romania, who I don't know at all. So this should be interesting. We'll see as the play develops how strong the two players are, how well they play. This is a 17-point match. So they have 34 minutes each on the clock and 12 seconds per move. So plenty of time. It's be interesting to see how well they use the time. I suspect this is Bugier's first significant final, so we'll see if he's nervous at all as he plays, or whether he plays too quickly, too slowly. Tobias is an old seasoned campaigner. I expect him to play solidly and well. And they've done lots of photographs, lots of handshakes. They're using a baffle box, or at least one of them is. We've had the situation during a variety of matches where one player uses the baffle box and one player uses a dice cup. That's perfectly acceptable. Tobias is playing the red checkers, Bugio is playing the white checkers at the top of the board, and we're just about ready to go. I think Arda, the tournament director, is just giving final instructions. Hopefully we are about to start. It looks like a better day in Gibraltar than it is in London, and I'm sure it's warmer in Gibraltar than it is in London, although it's relatively mild here for the time of year. Further conversation ongoing. 2 dice. Oh. More instruction from Arda. A selection of precision dice. There's a world shortage of precision dice at the moment, so prices are rising. They're difficult to obtain, particularly the smaller ones that tend to get used for backgammon. The larger ones with square edges that are used for craps are freely available. But these with slightly rounded corners for backgammon are not as easily obtainable as they have been in the past. Oh, and just when you thought we were going to start, oh, the removal of the jacket. Tobias not wearing his usual hat. Oh, now request obviously to have more light into the room. Hasn't affected our overhead camera. Nothing much more to say until we get going, which hopefully will be very shortly. More photographs. Yet another handshake. And we're up and running. Tobias is using the baffle box, and Bogia is rolling. And first roll the 6, so we'll re-roll. And the opening roll with the grand final 2024 is still not determined. Both rolling 2s. So 5-2 to Tobias. I'm sure he'll play the standard move. It's the 13 to 8 and split at the back. There's no difference in equity between that and playing 13-11. And 4-3. Normally this is played by hitting and playing 13 to 9, but you can also play 24 to 20. The moves are very similar in terms of equity. 1-6 comes in and comes out. Again, nothing really to think of if you've played a lot of backgammon. So the 5 is going to make the point, and I suspect he'll hit with the 1. That's tempo play. Yeah, that's fine. Lots of return numbers here. It's not one of them, but he will hit on his own 5-point. Again, a tempo play, taking half the opponent's roll away. 5-6 is a good roll. So hit on the 5-point and make his bar. I think hitting on the ace point, he's going for the double hit. 8 checkers in the zone. Okay, so hasn't got enough checkers to execute a blitz attack yet. This would be a very premature double. So now he's got the opportunity to make his own 2-point and his opponent's 5-point by playing 7 to 2. And 24-20, the alternative play was to make the 2-point and hit again. 6. Now it's getting a bit more interesting. So looks like he's rolling and not thinking. 5-4 is going to hit again. So a well-known backgammon maxim, 2 on the bar, better by far. 4. And you roll like that all day, you'll win the tournament. But very clear, 2 in, 2 down. 4 and 6. So now we've got a mutual holding game. White's a little bit advanced. 2-1's awkward, and he's probably not going to hit on the 10-point because it exposes too many checkers at a time when his opponent's got a strong board. So, and again, hit. When in doubt, hit. So 1 is good and the 5 is good. That's an excellent roll for Tobias. So both players with 3 checkers back, both with an advanced anchor. 5, 1. Now he's not going to hit, I suspect. So he can play 3 out and play a racing game. What else can he do? He can play this and then play 14 to 9. I don't think hitting looks wrong to me here. It's also premature possibly to give up the anchor, so he's not doing that. Here he's playing very purely. So he's put 2 checkers in front of a strip point. Unfortunately for him, he's had both of them hit. So a slightly more conservative play would have been to leave 1 blot, but he did have the better board. So the problem Tobias has now is he's given up the midpoint, but 6. Now it's going to be fun. Going to hit something. I suspect he's going to hit on the 4-point, make the 2-point, and escape the rear checker. So that's part A. This is part B, and this is part C. Okay, so I don't think there was a huge amount of choice, but obviously with any big double, it's worth taking your time. 5 and 1 is an awkward roll. So if he comes in 5, he can hit or he can slot. Now his opponent's got 2 blots, and the boards are equal, and he's got an anchor forever, so this seems entirely reasonable. No choice with that 1-6 from Tobias. Another 5. Now what? You can make the 8-point and come out with 1. This looks reasonable, and now you just pop out 20 to 15. Having 4 checkers on 1 point in backgammon's Normally not a good idea, and it certainly isn't here. Tobias won't double this as, with white holding an anchor, and even a hit is not anywhere close to a win. So white has 5 rear checkers, red has 3. Both of them have given up the midpoint, so it's a difficult game to play. Yeah, so he's rolling 5 and 4. So it's awkward, but I still think he will make the 4 point with the 5 because the asset of the extra point is good, and he can withstand a number of hits. He's got to leave a couple of blocks anyway, so and owning the 9 point and the 3 point is an inefficiency. So I think he will play 18 to 14, running the checker off white's bar point, and 9 to 4. But no, this looks very ugly. So I think you can take some risk here. You learn in backgammon that things that look ugly normally are ugly. I mean, this is a safe-ish play. I'd like to look at that one with time and a computer to have a look at it. Yeah, he can just run away and make the red's 10 point. Takes the pressure off the block that's on the 4 point, but equally well, white has to get going. So now the 2 is, I think, going to be clear. He's going to play 6 to 4. He can't safety the block that's on white's bar point. So I think 18 to 13, 6 to 4 is the likely play. Yeah. Taking a long time thinking about it. I'm just wondering what else. He could be thinking playing 6 to 1, 6 to 4. But Tobias has what's known as a dilly builder on his 2 point. It's a checker, an extra checker that can only go to basically one place, which is the ace point. So that third checker is not really taking part in the battle at the moment. So he'd like to use it to make the ace point. So normally you don't run when behind. Oh, sorry, he might play ahead in the race. Sorry. Yeah, he will be ahead in the race. So I do not like giving up anchors too quickly. I want a strong board before I give up my anchor. So after long thought, Tobias made the play that I agree with. If white hits on his 12 point, he's got to give up his 15 points. Not going to do that. He's going to play this. He's going to play 8 to 6. No point in leaving an unnecessary block. Like 5-1. Now here he can, if that's 5-1, so he could have made his ace point and strengthened his board there. Or he can do this, or he can just make it. Given that those checkers haven't really got anywhere useful to go, and he's got to leave a shot anyway, the advantage of leaving the shot here is that white will have to give up the 20 point. I don't like this because the checker on the 2 point, the extra checker, has not been brought into play. Here it's awkward. So I can play 15 to 12 and then 6 to 1. Again, making use of one of the extra checkers on the 6 point. It's a long first game. That's an awkward roll. 6. Now, if he plays 6-2, now you see the disadvantage of his previous plays. He's now got 2 checkers, extra checkers on 2 point. He's stripped on his other 2 points. So what's happened is that Tobias has not used his checkers efficiently in this game because I think he made a small mistake earlier. Now here, Bogia can just play 12-1, strengthen his board and wait for red to crack. So now red's got a little bit of a problem unless he rolls a double. So the 1 was going to be clear. He's going to play 2-1. This is a 5-1 in case you can't see the dice. Yeah. So now red has ceded control of the outer board and we see the first double of the match. So now what's going on? Cube is snapped up. It looked mildly premature. Red's ahead in the race. Red's got a 5-point board. White's got a 4-point board. Yes, he's got a shot, but equally well. So this is a good board strengthening play. By moving those 2, he's kept the pressure on the block on Red's 9-point. Ugly. Double 2 is a horrible roll. 1. He's got to give up an inner board point, which he really doesn't want to do. The question is, how do you do it? You can play 6-4 twice or 3-1 twice. This is the purer play, and if we get into a race later on, the better play. Now 2 for Bogia will give him a significant advantage. 4-3 is more difficult. We'll play 2 off White's red point, I think. Sorry, White's 5-point. He wants to control the outer boards. Yeah. So now White has a great command of space. Dice have gone a bit right. So that was look like a 3-2. So red is now desperately hoping for a double. Now double aces, so he can block the 6s. Yeah, so he's blocked double 6. 5-2. Right, so he's either got to play 21-14 or do this and just hope. Six and 3. So he's not fearful of red's board in any way. Some interesting possible plays here. He could play 16-7, giving him a lot more shots. Red's probably going to have to run off Tobias probably going to have to run off that 21 point. So it would have been interesting if 16-7 was the better play there. People tend not to volunteer blocks, but that's an opportunity missed, I think. 4 is probably going to play this. Now he has got an extra attacker if red goes, and red will now obviously roll a double. No, 3-2. That's a terrible shot. So 2s, 1s, 6s all hit. 2, think about 3. You'd like to leave it there to make it. Okay, so now Bogu's got a dead checker, or 2 dead checkers. So if he'd left the block slotted, then now he would have made it and he'd be looking at trying to pick up the second block for the gammon. Here he will always have bearing problems. Well, he's probably going to have to leave double 4, and he could play 6-4 3 times, clearing the point. It seems sensible. So it's good for the race and maintains the opportunity to pick up another block. Double 4, good choice by Vogia. 1-4, pick, hit, and end. So White's gammon chances are, without Tobias entering there, would have been about 40%. If he can pick and pass, they'll go back up towards the 35 to 40%. And that's a great roll. Two checkers on the bar and a checker off. So that six is potentially saved 2 points. So red just hoping to come in. Obviously, he's not going to be able to win the game. So you start to get nervous if you stay on the bar for a while. This looks like a good gammon saving roll. 6 crossovers to save the gammon. White still has 9 crossovers, so red's favourite to save the gammon. I would play 16 to 12 here, so that your next 6 gets you to your 6 point efficiently. Five and 2. Easy to play. 5 and 1. Bearing in with maximum efficiency, you're aiming for your 6 point whenever you're trying to save the gammon. You only need to get the checkers as far as the 6 point. A double from white would put some pressure on Tobias. Now he needs to roll minimum of 7 pips. That will do, 5-3. So it's still a small gammon chance for white. The gammon chance has just increased. So now Tobias needs to roll a 5 or a 6. That's a 6, but the 4, dreadful, loses a gammon. Very unfortunate for Tobias, very good for Baguio. And the 4-0 lead has suddenly opened up out of nowhere. Of course, the ideal structure for commentating, incidentally, is to have 2 commentators and an XG feed. That's the sort of gold standard. I'm doing this on my own, so I don't have time to basically take a computer feed or a computer opinion. So if anyone's watching and happen to note the initial double position and they've got XG, they can roll it out and put it in the chat. That'd be great. Meanwhile, we will continue with the game. So again, fairly standard fare at the start. Double 2, a good roll. It's going to come in, make the 4 point, make the 11 point. Cock dice, so 5 and 4 makes the point. International American rules say you can dice on checkers are legal. The UK Federation now leaves it up to tournament directors. The idea is to speed up the game, basically. Because a lot of the time there are cock dice. This looks like he's going to make the bar point, unless that's something I can't see. Yeah, so the bar point is an asset, it's a long-term asset. 3 and 2, it's not that useful. So he's behind in the race. So he's got a couple of opportunities here. He can play big with 13 to 10. He can play small with 13 to 8, which is what he's done. The race is probably close enough that that's sensible. Now white can elect to play with just one rear checker. And this is what he's going to do. He's going to play 18 to 8 and have a very clear game plan of just escaping the last rear checker. So now, do you keep the rear checker on the 22 point and play 8 to 6, or do you creep up and create what's known as a runner, a spare checker? So here he views himself as behind in the race, so this is probably correct. So that checker on white's 3 point, red's 22 point will still be in play and being a pain to white. 5-4, nice and easy. Backgammon's an easy game when you roll well. So that paid dividends, 8-2. Probably correct. Red has got a poorly timed 3-5 back game. 6-2. I might have played two down. Or did I miss a? Was it 4-2? I apologise. I didn't see the dice quickly. Oh, okay. I think I'd have played two down there because I want to make the 5 point. The structure that red now has is not great. This is going to leave a shot somewhere, so you're going to play. You've got the hit. I think you play 13 to 12 to 9. Got some choices. You could just play 8 to 4. Do you gain much from hitting? That's your key question. Yeah, all right. 5, 5-4. Well, you're going to hit. That's fine. 6-3. White has a very clear game plan. He's just trying to get the last check home. He'd love to make the 4 point while he's on the way around. That's no good. So it's going to play 16-11, 6-5. Just do for anybody. Not a lot. So you can make the 2 point. Can't play safe. So one of his options is to clear the midpoint. Here he's put two checkers behind the two anchors, which is not normally a good thing to do. So, no, you're not going to do that, surely. You don't need, no, I'm sorry, I disagree with that play. You're playing a back game, you need all the checkers in play. You don't mind being hit because in this position, red's timing is not great. So, sorry to disagree with the finalists, but now play 2-1, yeah. The problem for red is something's got to give, and it may have to give before white has to give anything. Now, again, that dilly builder on the so they're playing very cautiously. I would have looked at 13-11, but anyway, now you can still keep it for one more roll. 3-2. I think you just make the ace. I would make the ace point here because red may be about to pop out with a checker, and then you want the better board. So, and again, you need to take time to consider the options. Now you can play 6-1 and 6-3, but that leaves an ugly structure. I think you have to play this purely and play the 3 is going to be ugly anyway. So now white should stop and think because it's apparently not. So you could play two checkers to the 2 point, continuing the theme of playing incredibly safely. Is that what he did? 4-1. So now red has got, Tobias has had to go, but white's position is a mess. Here comes the cube. Interesting. So white's got an awful lot of work to do to bring this home. Two. Now what are you going to do? You're probably going to make the ace point. Okay, so I've got an iPad with me, and I'm occasionally able to put positions into it to test them out. I'll do rollouts on some of these positions later. But that double was a big blunder, not surprisingly given White's structure. So now White's got a terrible job to get his checkers home. There's an open 4-point and 5-point. 5-3's truly awful. This is a real mess. So the safe play is 7-2, 7-4. Everything else leaves more than one blot, I think. Yeah. So the 3 is really difficult. And I think that's the only valid 3. So he's going to do this. And he's been hit. And promptly plays out, which is fine. And this looks like he may well redouble here. White's structure is awful. It's not redoubling. Interesting. How long is he going to wait? The problem that White has is that every time he comes in, his moves are going to be forced. Red's got good structure on the outer board. He's also losing 4-0. And there are some gammons here. So I really think he needs to stop and think. Yeah, still not redoubling. What's that? 6-4. He could have brought, yes. I'm not sure I would have kept the rear checker there. That takes some time to think about. Anyway, let's see. He certainly ought to be redoubling after this roll. He's taken some of the pressure off White by running 22-16. Time to think time. Here it comes. So this looks like a pretty clear drop. And actually, our computer says this is too good to double. Should be playing on for a gammon. Because there are gammons to be had here, and the cube will still be available to Tobias. So no one is going to take this. So he has dropped. It's now 2-4. So the cube decisions were interesting, potentially mistimed by both players for different reasons. Oggy cubed in a position where he had a huge amount of work still to do. Then I think Tobias missed a redouble, and then when he did redouble, he was actually too good to redouble. So there are two basic errors that people make when they're playing match play backgammon. Firstly, they don't play on for a gammon when they should, because they're too used to playing for money, where you can't win a gammon unless the cube has been turned. And secondly, they forget about the score's influence on both doubling decisions and checker plays. And those are the two cardinal errors in match play backgammon. Anyway, let's step back to the present. It's now 6-3, 5-2. Normally you hit here and play 24-22. The reason for doing that is that then virtually all of red sixes will play badly. So this is a standard response to an opening 6-3 with a 5-2. 5-3, well, now you've got choices. You can come in with a 5 and make the 10-point. You can come in with a 3 and play 18-13, where, so that's the simplistic play. Obviously, White has a checker on his ace point, which influences the decision. So I've gone for the simple play. It's probably correct. The other plays will be close. 4-3 is a hit. Only 1 or 3 is now good for Tobias. 1. Okay. Good. So now you do this, I think. You're not in any way fearful of White's position and you want the better anchor if you can get it. So 24-22 to make the 3-point. White's 3-point would have been just a little bit too weak, I think. 1-6 is going to come out. I think you could play 15-9 and duplicate 4s. Which is what he has done. This is a hit. So slight advantage to red, but it's still very early stages in this game. He cocks double sixes, which is just as well for him. He then misses the board altogether. 3-2. So you come in and hit here. You could make the 22-point, but that allows red his whole roll, which is probably not what you're trying to do at the moment. That's a hit. Lots of hitting in the opening stages of master level backgammon. This is going to be another one. In on 2, hit with a 4. So gains a tempo, it unstacks a heavy point. And basically the hitting will continue until you can't hit, probably. 5. So that's it. That's fine. So now red has the slightly better position. He's got the opponent's golden point, but that's equalised things. 2 down and 2 up. That's fine. Yeah, pick and pass and making the very valuable 11 points. So red significantly ahead in the race. This is going to come in and out. So the 1-5 back game is the worst of all back games. It's not really a back game. So now the sort of game is defined. Red is going to try to make 9-point, bar point, 4-point. Meanwhile, white is going to build a board ready to contain a hit checker. So red's chance of getting home without leaving shots is pretty negligible. This looks pretty sensible. You try to build the points in order, but that will do. This makes a point. So now he's either going to play 16-11, because if you play 6-5 with the 1, then your 4s are inefficient. So this looks pretty sensible. 6-2 is a truly ugly roll. So 6 and 2. Oh, sorry, it is only 1 blot, so this is clear. White will probably hit if he can. He'll hit from the rear. 24-18. Good stuff. Hello. Hang on. Oh, it's 6-2. Sorry, I thought it was 4-2. And good return hit for Tobias. Oh, double. Oh, sorry. He hasn't made his 4 points, made his 3 points. So in with 1. It's still not a great roll. How's he going to play this? He can't really move. Doesn't want to move the checker on the 24-point. Could give up. This is sort of what we call a Swiss cheese board. So I think that's technically inaccurate. I think probably had to give up midpoint there because you want to make your points in order. Well, you can make the 10-point. 1. Oh, you can do this and play safe. No, sorry. It's a play that I missed. Once you've escaped the rear checkers, you do tend to play safely. Cock dice again. Double 3. 1. Make the point. Play 13-10. Three and something again. Oh, 4 of them. all four. One, it's going to go all the way around, isn't it? The question is, the basically the 5-7 game or the 5 point and bar point game is not a great game. This is awful because Red's leading the race, so that can't be right. Um, so if he makes this play, he's approximately 20 pips down in the race, and you might as well give up because you're going to be cubed and you're going to have to drop. So this can't possibly be the correct play. You've got to hold the rearmost anchor. I imagine he's doing the count. But he did make the play. That is just, that's, is he going to take? He's going to take. Wow. Wow. He was very quickly 21 pips behind, and he does not have enough contact to justify taking because he'll virtually never get a shot. So he's protecting against 6-1, but 6-1 plays anyway. I think possibly he should have come 2 checkers off the 2 point there. So I'll bet that white never gets a shot. But then again, I've often been wrong. That 6 is 6, and yeah, that's fine. He's not interested in structure, he's only interested in burying his checkers in safely. So I wonder if Bogey miscounted there. That's the only reason I can see for possibly taking this double. And particularly when you're leading as well. For the moment, he should just do this and 10-6, yeah. So he's going to play 8-4 and then shuffle probably 6-5. Because one of the white anchors is about to disappear. Can afford this because white has, Tobias has 3 plots in his inner board. 1-6, so that's one of the points cleared, 2 to go. He can leave that checker there if he wants to. It's more of an annoyance than anything else. And make up the board, because red might roll double 6 and leave a shot. 3, that's about the only shot leaving number there is, I think. Oh, well, that's useful. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 6 and 4 is home. Right, only 6-1 leaves a shot. Double 1's all right. Just make the point. Because white might roll 6-1 and then you win the odd gammon when you hit the shot. 5-4. Well, is he going to stay? He's way behind in the race. But then the chances of actually getting a shot are pretty small. Okay, now there is no chance of a shot. Red's count is 56. Now the race has got closer than it was when the cube was offered. White is still well behind, and double 1 is not going to help him. So by the time white gets his checkers home, red's probably going to have 6 checkers off. Oh, ignore that remark. Yes, I might be right. Yeah, it has in fact got 6 checkers off. So white's going to have to roll a couple of doubles to catch up here. Okay, this is all fairly standard stuff. Players rarely make big mistakes in bear-offs. Obviously, shuffling, moving the checkers is straightforward. This is going to be the end of this game. And the match is going to be tied up at 4-all. It's still technically possible for white to win. A whole series of 2-1s. Right, 2, 3. Now white technically cannot win, so Borghese concedes. The match is tied at 4 points all. But there's a long way to go. This is a 17-point match. They're playing fairly quickly. Unfortunately, the clock is difficult to see from where I am. You can just about see it on the right-hand side. Two sixes. 5 and 1. So no point. Right. There are players who will quite happily play 13 to 8, 6 to 5, and it's by no means a bad move there. I think Jürgen Granstedt always slots the 5 point. Here, you're just going to make a 22 point, I think. You don't try for more. Take an anchor and then work out what you're going to do afterwards. Well, he is going to try for more. You play 6 to 5 slotting. He wants to duplicate 4s. So do you get enough value from doing this? No, you don't, because now, interesting question. Do you play 6 to 4, or do you play, yeah, you make the point. You could have hit loose just because some of the entering numbers are so bad. So now white, because of his inaccuracy, has got his opponent's 2 point instead of the 3 point, and that's quite a difference. The 3 point, by the way, is known as the butterfly anchor, so named by Michihito Kageyama, and named because it doesn't live very long most of the time. Now, what have we got here? We have cocked dice, I think. Right, on we go. 6-5. I think now you're going to run one of those rear checkers away. Here it's more useful. It's now a builder for the 5 point. White needs to perform here. That's performing. It's going to hit. If it doesn't hit, it's going to be doubled. So it seems eminently sensible. So I think so. He's got 1s, 2s, and 4s as a return number. He's got a slightly better board, but he's on the bar, and he's only got a 2 point board. Is that enough to generate the double? I don't think so. But we will see if Tobias thinks differently. Still thinking. Could be a double. So basically his return number, all 2s, 4s, and 1s, barring the ones with a 6, are going to hit back. White has got 2 blots. Red has got the better structure. So you could apply Wolsey's law here. Wolsey's law says that if you're not absolutely sure that your opponent has a take, then you should double. I imagine Tobias will think that white will take, but even so, well, that's a good number. He's going to make the 10 point and bring one down, and then he's going to have a very strong. Well, he could point on the 2 point. I think you just come, yeah, this gives you a very strong position. White's going to have to roll and tidy up all of these blots, or he's going to be doubled. His best number's probably 2 is all right. 3 is going to come down. The question is, having got to here, that's a good cube, I think. So can he take? No, he can't. He's threatened. So he's ahead in race, threat, and position. The 3 things that determine in general whether you're going to accept or decline a double. Okay, what's happened? Okay. I'm still trying to get the sign back in front of the screen. Obviously, maybe for advertising purposes. Yeah. So Tobias now leads 5-4. And again, Tobias potentially missed a cube in that last game. So it's very important. If you miss a cube by 1 roll, you win 1 point instead of a potential 4 points. So it's a very important cube at precisely the moment when you give your opponent a difficult decision. It's an interesting opening 2-1. Most top players will swap the 5 point. In this particular instance, it wouldn't have worked. You can play. So the 5 is going to be played 13-8. Here, the issue, if you do this, is that your rear checkers are separated. You've given your opponent 20 shots. I'm still thinking about it. It's interesting. Most of these opening sequences are known, but with Tobias playing his 2-1 as he did, we've got here 4 and 5. He probably just come down 13-8 because he's duplicating the ace. He's putting a check away. He wants 11-6. Looks a bit weak. Double 3 is nearly always a good roll. So 1, make the 5 point. Think about the other one. Well, but you can play really big by playing 13-10, or you can play slightly smaller by doing this. $45. Yeah. Making the point, equalizing the boards. 4-4. Double hit. So he's going to play this, and he's going to play 22-14, and he'll either be too good to double, or it will be a double pass bar, unless red rolls a 4. Oh, double 3. So please ignore my earlier commentary. So that's a great roll, obviously. Three six. So this is one of those strange situations where you think you come in and out because you're putting your blots in front of strip points, which means that your opponent has to give up a point in order to hit. So White still, I think, has an advantage here. 6-4 is quite nice. It makes the 10 point. Very nice. The problem for red is he's got a pretty awful home board. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that right? Ooh, you can obviously count quicker than I can. I'm playing at a fast and furious pace. 6 and 1. Forced to leave a block, but it's hardly dangerous. Unless, no, 6 and 2. Now it is more dangerous to leave a shot. Probably will not do so. 6 and 1. So, yeah, seems reasonable. Double 4. So, because they played at such a fast and furious pace, I've had no time to go back and look at that double 4 play by Tobias when he leapt with some alacrity into the outfield. So, this looks has all hallmarks of the pass. We're doing the count. So, we're back to an even match at 5-all. So at some point they'll probably take a break. But for the moment they're content to play on. By 4 to Tobias. So my comment so far overall is that they're playing very quickly. So that may want to slow down a little bit. And secondly, they're about one move off with most of their cubes. So decisions have been relatively easy. I think there was one very bad take by Bourdieu when either he or I completely miscounted the race. So it's the major final. You need to just take things gently. So now 4-1. So you're going to be the big split or the little split. Yeah. You can also even slot the 5 point in those situations. So to advantage to bias unless 5-3 is basically going to take the anchor. Hello. I think he's missed the play. Yeah. So basically there he should have taken the 5 point anchor. Now you're going to hit again. So you hit for the second time to protect all the other blocks. So you then have time to tidy them up unless white rolls a 3. I think that was a classic misplay by Bourdieu. He saw a play, so he made it and completely missed the stronger play that was available to him. So now red Tobias needs to do a little bit of checker tidying. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Very useful. Now, of course, yep, 5-3 hits. Yeah, 2s and 5s return hit. White's ace point anchor will keep him in the game for a long time. So I don't see this as being a double. He's obviously considering it. I don't think you lose your market often enough here to make this a double. But it will be close because twos and fives hit, and red has a long-term position advantage, and people sometimes forget about it. So I think this will end up being actually a good cube. Firstly, because Foggy perhaps was not expecting it. Secondly, there's a glorious opportunity to blunder, but it doesn't, so that's fine. Now, can he get the shot? No. Well, 2-6 is all right because it tidies up the block. So this is what I meant when I said earlier. He's got a long-term strategic advantage in so much as he's got a 3-point board and white structure is very poor. Oh, that's ugly. Can't move the checker on the red's 8-point. This is horrible. So for safety's sake, well, you play 13 to 8, and you think about the 2. You could play 13, 11, 6 to 1. I mean, 13 to 6 just looks horrible. Yeah. That double 1 is a massively powerful roll. 4-3 is a very poor roll. So 5, and you come up with a 3 in order to attack the other plot. Oh, okay, all right. I would have come up 23-20 with the idea of attacking the blot on the 8-point, but this is okay. Now only 6 or 1 makes the bar. Double 3. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Easy game to play, as I said earlier, when you roll off. White in a lost trouble, even more trouble now. Oh, sorry, he's not on the bar. I thought it was on the bar. But I mean, red has a perfect prime, obviously. So white somehow needs to construct a scenario where where red cracks that prime by coming in with a bad roll. So, say for example, red comes in with a 2-5 now. It's 1 and something. 2, double 1. I'm assuming this roll is double 1, in which case, how do you want to play the other 2 1s? So you can play 10 to 8, then your 6s are forced sort of pretty much to be 8 to 2 next time. So 3, I think, is fine. I play 6 to 5 here, just to give myself a little bit of flexibility. It means your 6s can now only be played in one place, and 1-5 is a very good number. Okay, 6-5. No redouble, obviously. 5-4. Now white is running out of time. So the game is reaching a critical position. Oh, what a roll. 6-2. I think he's going to do this, yeah. So 3-6. So any 5 or 6 and red's looking good. 4-3 is okay. Clear the point. Yeah, he doesn't want to come in with 1-5 or anything. This is going to be played 6-2, I think. If you play 6-2, then double 3 plays all right next time. No, it doesn't play all right. You've got to look at the numbers that potentially crack the board. So that might have been a tiny inaccuracy, but equally well, he's got some 3s to play. 5-3, he's out and running. So now white is in significant trouble. 2-6. 5-1, so 5. Yeah, this is the correct one because now 6-5 plays without needing a shot. 1-5. So now probably play 7-2. So white A has to get off the gammon. 2, 1, 2. Yes, I think yeah, probably forced to do that. White desperately needs a 6. That is a 6. So now White's winning chances have just gone up considerably because his board is now no longer going to crack. And Red's structure is poor. There are lots of shot leading numbers. Here, I think you take the risk and make the 4 point because then when you get a shot, you know, halfway to winning. 6, 4, and now a 3 by White, and we've got a very interesting game. Oh, in his excitement, the dice has flown the table. Right, let's go again. Here we go. Has he got a 3 in his cups? No, he has not. So you take another checker out because there's always a small risk of a backgammon in situations like this. Ugh, is that it? Yeah, terrible roll. So now double shot to White. It's not a cue. I think everybody knows this. 20 shots in this situation is not enough because when you miss, you then lose a gammon and you're 13-5 down. So he may consider it, but he won't double. Famous last words, obviously. And if he thinks Tobias is much a better play, maybe he'll spin it, but he shouldn't. But he's picked up the dice and he's shaking. Oh, and he's missed the board again. It's quite a difficult target. Oh, and that's why you don't double. So he's probably going to lose a gammon anyway if he doesn't hit a shot. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So there's some triple chances here. 2, 1 compounds that chance. So Red would dearly love to roll a 2 here. Right, so not the last chance saloon, but very nearly the last chance saloon. And now he's got to go. 6. And he should probably go again. Oh, hang on, there's an extra checker. Sorry, I didn't see that. There are 7 checkers left. So here you can play this 1 and then 3 off, a rule that some people forget, which I put in an article in the Times a week or 2 ago. And a kind gentleman wrote in to tell me that I didn't understand the rules. So I was right and he was wrong. You can play your moves in any order. Right. And here a true last chance saloon. He's got to roll the ace if he's not going to lose a gammon. Double 4 is enough to save the triple, but not the game or the gammon. Got 9 crossovers still, and Red has only got 3. There's no sequence of rolls that enable him to save the gammon. So he'll give in, hopefully. Okay, so that makes it 9-5 to Tobias. That's a huge step forward for him. Don't forget he was 4-0 down earlier. And this looks like the first break. So I also will take a break and then I will return as soon as the players return. So the key point in that last game was the cube. I'd be very interested to have a look at that because earlier I was criticising players for waiting 1 roll too many before cubing. I think that was a beautifully executed cube, and obviously He then went on to win the gammon, and the score is 9-5. So I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I will return in due course and see you in a few minutes. Sorry, I've missed the restart of the match. Just out of the room briefly, and now back. Both players having one rear checker. White having, oh, double six. 1, 2, 3. Probably 4. Yeah. A reminder that Tobias Helwag of Germany is leading Borgia Serin of Romania 9-5 in the match 17. Interesting noise somewhere on the. Okay, that's wrong. Right, so now, oh, I don't know whether he did a count. One should always do a count in situations like this, because the count informs your strategy. So you can make the 5 point, make the 3 point, play 16 to 10. So this leaves more returns. It's great when you missed. 4, 6. This looks like double and pass. But what was much more interesting is whether he should have doubled the roll before. So a quick look at the chat while the break was on. Tobias is out playing Bourdieu in terms of the performance rating estimated by Extreme Gammon. So thanks to the guys who are transcribing and putting that in the chat. Tobias playing just above world-class level. Bourdieu playing the PR of 10, which is very high for a tournament finalist. But let's hope his the restart of the match. Room briefly. Now back. Here we go. 4-1. 9-6. 5-4. Play 2 down here. You can run 1 away. Always like to keep my rear checkers connected if I can. Because then you can create anchors here. You're forced into a game plan where, so sorry, let me just break off. You can hit twice here or make the bar point. We can also play 15 to 8, but that gives red his whole roll to play with. At least here, white has got some structure. So 3 is fine. You hit, you probably play 23, 21 with the 2. Yeah. Slight advantage to red depending on how white comes in. 2-5, in and hit. This is not difficult. And again, hit. 4s, and lots of hitting numbers back. 6s are bad, everything else is pretty much all right. In 2, hit with a 5, or you can come in 5 and hit with a 2, but you'll equalize the race better if you come in with a 2 and hit with a 5. Yeah. Oh, okay. 1, 2. Looks like this, because the rear checkers don't move, and if you play 13 to 10, it's difficult to see what to do with the last 3. 4 and hit, in 4 and hit, I think, on the outer board. Tempo play. Red will nearly certainly come in and hit somewhere. So in 3, hit 5. Yeah. So the first person to not hit normally loses out in these situations. 5-4 would have been fine. 5-4 still fine. No, it's cocked again. Sorry. 4 is a hit. You probably hit twice here. 6 to 5. Otherwise, red gets a chance to make either the 4 point or the 5 point. This is a big tempo play. Yeah. Oh, double five. Okay. Two of them are good. And he's going to quickly make the 2 point. Could have run 21 to 11, but two on the bar and all that, because now he's got sevens, eights, and nines to hit again. Five and one. He's got to come in with the other checker. Oops. I think they're going to spot the deliberate mistake in a moment. Two checkers on the bar, so you have to play bar 20, bar 24. But presumably they'll just take a moment to sort that out. Hopefully they'll sort it out quickly. And just, I think, probably waiting with a bit of luck for someone to rewind the video recording so they can just check on the plan. Two players are chatting between themselves while this goes on. Yeah. My apologies for the delay, but obviously we need to technically sort out the play error there. The player's taking a well-earned drink. So silence reigns until we get this resolved. Yeah. Someone's coming in to hopefully sort that out.
And he's growing into the role, and he's
I thought this would have been obvious to the two players that White had two checkers on the bar. The dice roll is still visible. Right, well, all quiet on the Western Front. Sorry for the delay. Players seem to be having an amicable chat while all this is going on. The equivalent of rain stop play at cricket, I think. Let's just have a look at the position now. Assuming that white now makes a legal play, he'll come in on the 5 point with his other checker. Red will then have a healthy lead in the race, but obviously is nowhere near a double. And he's got 5 rear checkers to sort out, and white has the control of the outer boards. So it's going to be a pretty well balanced game. And surprisingly enough, I've had time to put this into XG while we're all sitting here waiting for them to resolve this. And basically, once that checker goes to its correct spot, red's about a 54% favourite in this game. So all to play for. Next year, I hope to actually be in Gibraltar for this tournament. It's been very well run and much enjoyed over the last, this is now the 7th year. It also gives us, who live a bit further north, a break in the sun in the middle of winter. So, ideal tournament, really. I was down in the Cotswolds last weekend playing in Richard Biddle's tournament at the Bear at Rodborough, which is a famous Cotswold hotel. And I was lucky enough to win the tournament. That's a thoroughly enjoyable tournament. The hotel's great. The tournament is great. The food was magnificent. And the sun shone for all 3 days. So you can't ask much more from the backgammon tournament, other than, of course, some excellent play and some fine positions to analyse and write about. For those who don't know, I write a column for the Times of London every Friday, backgammon column. Probably at the moment the only national backgammon column. I write for the US Backgammon Federation once a week on a Monday morning. I set a position and put the solution up on Tuesday. On my own website, which is www.chrisbraybackgammon.com. Oh, hang on. They're playing on without the white checker having come in. Hang on. Stop again. So now the dice have been rolled. Yeah. This checker should be coming in. I can't understand how they can go quite so wrong with such a simple play. So I'll just finish what I was saying. My own backgammon website, www.chrisbraybackgammon.com, where I post a problem 5 days a week, Monday to Friday, and give the solution the next day. Okay, so we are playing on in an invalid position. So white now has 2 checkers on the bar. So interesting. So do that as a post-mortem later, but anyway, there's a little bit of justice in so much as white has returned hit. 1-6 is going to come out from the back. Yeah. Double 5, interesting. It looks better than it is. So what's white trying to do here? What's red trying to do here? You can make, given that the checkers in red's home board aren't going anywhere useful, you could play 21-6, I guess, if you felt that way inclined. You could make the 3-point, or at least create an asset. So 5 is 5, and he's going to hit with a 2, I think. All the 5s are pretty rubbish if you come in with a 2, so having a spare on the 20-point is good, and of course 25% of the time white will stay on the bar like that, 3-2. No double still, but a 4 would be immensely powerful. Double hit, Nice play. So double tiger play for those who are not aware of the thing, to leave two blocks in your inner board, but to put two of your opponent's checkers on the bottom. Now we have a much more interesting position. So that double fan by white is not great. Now you begin to think that this could actually be a double, just because red wins so many gammons from this position. He owns the 5-point anchor, so he's got a defensive asset should he need it. So you should put the pressure on the opponent here, I think. I think this is actually double and pass. Be interesting to see if he takes this, because basically, and he has taken it. Now I think that's actually a pretty big blunder. So that's going to make a point. The problem for white is, how is he going to win this position? Because even if things go well, and that's a good start, red owns the 5-point on the other side of the board. 2, 3, 2, 3. Interesting as to which 3 should play. Double 4 is good for white in all variations. They could even come down with a 3 so that he's got an attacker closer to the 4-point. The 4-point is the crux of this position. So if white can roll a 4, we've got a game. Double 1, well, my play would have worked coming down. And now what? Because if he hits here, then 5s and 6 coming, 4s, 5s, and 6s are all good. So this is going to be in with a 1, hit with a 4. So now white's in another desperately bad position, needs a 4. That's a great number. So now he should take the anchor. He could hit again. This gives him long-term equity. Yeah, this looks right. So taking a position in the outer boards. Well, white's Bogey is doing his best to make a game of this after that pretty dreadful take. So he could hit on the 2-point. I think he should. Yeah, okay, 1. Let's have a look at this. So he could play 21 to 11 twice and just play in the outer boards. He could play 2 down. He probably wants to keep red's 4-point. That's the key communication point in the game. So, and now this is not a bad play. Yeah, okay. Because red has no attack now, barring double 2 and double 1. 5, 1's fine. It goes out with 5 and up. Yeah. We could have some fun pack redoubles to 4 in this position. 5, 4 is ugly. Yeah. For want of anything better, because what he wants to do is make the remake the 4-point. Hit 10 to 8. Yeah. Staying out again, but white's ages from a recube because of those 2 rear checkers. So now you think you do this and you shuffle the other one. Duplicating the hitting 5s, double 5 would be great. 4, 1's all right. Now you can see that white's army is split in 2. Red's army is also split in 2. And putting this all back together, here he makes the 4-point. So white has made a lot of progress since accepting this cube. Yeah. Good play. 6-2. Now, of course, white is sitting on a 2 cube and he's trailing 6-9. So he'll be redoubling far earlier than he would be in an even game, 6-3. Now you're getting to a point where he needs to stop and think. So now he should come out with this. No, he can hit with the six. You might as well put the second checker on. So he's really turned this game round. Double five. Oh, what a roll! What a roll! Just when White was thinking it was safe to go back in the water, Red comes up with an absolute crusher. And this is terrible. One, he's going to have to do this. Now, those three checkers on the red checkers on White's ace point have effectively been allowed out to play. This must be right. So this could all go horribly wrong for White. He's leaving, then plays 6-4. Sevens and eights hit, not 3-1. So 3-1's a bad roll. How do you play it? Well, you either play 15-14, 15-12. You could play 15-9. Sorry, 14-10. Oh, what a number. What a number. 3-6 hits. Right. So now red has been forced, despite that double five, into the dreadful. Now stop and think, young man. No, he's not going to. All right. With the cube on two, with red, with that structure, I think that potentially was a redoubling situation. So you got 6-2. What's this? 3-1? That can't be right. Surely that can't be right. If you're going to try and win the game. Four two. Yeah. So does he think he's too good? That is the question. You can just play 18-14, 6-4. 4-3. Keeps him in the game. This is Red's position is terrible. That the 3-1 that he played earlier, destroying his home board, got rid of a lot of his potential winning chances. So he had to keep the board. Staying out. He's remade the board. So White's still a big favourite here. It's a nice smoothing roll. What's this? 5-3. Can't hit. So there's only realistic plays to come two off the two off the 20 point, I think. Yeah. The other play, let's just have a look at this. Yeah, I think you've got to come off and off. I think white should be redoubling. Massive favourite here. I don't know what he's waiting for. And now you just come all the way. I mean, red loses a terrific number of gammons in this position. He's been given the opportunity to roll on when he doesn't deserve it. So anyway, let's see how the game progresses. It's possible Bogu doesn't understand the mechanics of match play as well as he should, but I'm not sure. I don't know. So now you flood the outfield. You probably play to the midpoint. I would think you don't want to make points in this situation. You want maximum coverage of the outer boards. There's not going to be any use to him to remake that 5 point. So, but now he's aiming at the 4 point, probably correct. 6-3. And how long is he going to go on? Hmm. 4-2. Okay. Five, 2. That right? So then do you take a risk and play? You can make the white point. Yeah. So I think glad he spotted it. So that's another point made. Um, make the H point. Stops the Joker double 4. But he's got a lot more work to do. So I think he needs to play 13-6 here. So this is fine, but he's only got one attacker on the 4 point. So I think he had to take the risk of 13-6, 3-2 fans. I can't see the number other than the 5 there. I suspect it was 5-1. And here you have to again take some risk. 14-9, 8-7 to me would be clear. Because that 4 point, for every roll that 4 point is open, then white's winning chances in, improve. So he's played it safely. Not convinced by that. So unfortunately, he needs 4s to escape as well. So that's going to be 8-2. That's okay. So eventually, white's going to come in, but not yet, obviously. 5-2. So 4-6. And now basically white's winning easily. Now he's going to redouble. Here it comes. So very late on parade. This is a huge pass. Well, the problem is that he's now won 2 points when he should have won 4 or 8 points. So absolutely no pressure exerted on Tobias. By the time the cube moved, the decision was as plain as daylight. So backgammon is all about pressure, the ability to apply it, the ability to withstand it, the ability to make judgment under pressure. And that was not a good example of how to play pressure backgammon. Anyway, let's move on. 9-8 to Tobias now. No heroics. 3-1 makes the 5 point. Nice to have a nice easy decision for a change. 6-1. 6-1. Okay, but red has much better structure here, obviously. And he's leading 9-8. Double six is not a great roll in this position for white. He's going to be forced to do this. And now time to think once more and evaluate, make a decision, act on that decision, and go from there. And don't forget, in the last game, you took what was probably a quadruple pass and went and turned the game round. This looks pretty much like a double. Because white's extended, his army is split in two, red controls the outer boards, but no double, in and out, 5-4. Fairly clear. So again, we run the risk here of the cube being offered and dropped because it's not being offered at the right time. Five and 3 makes the point, obviously. Yeah. Obviously, that's an improvement for white. So I suspect he'll hold the cube, 3-6. No cube for white here, but a 4 will make life interesting. He's going to hit again, should hit again. 2 on the bar, better by far. I think I may have mentioned that already today. Red's 4-point prime is basically keeping the game. That's a great roll and should probably just take the advanced anchor and then worry about the other side of the board next time. 2 and probably 6-3. Yeah. Let white come to you. 4-3. It's probably going to make the 5 point for want of anything better. Can't move the checkers on the red side of the board. Has no safe play. So you might as well take the best available asset. The 6 for red would be good. That's a 6. You'd probably just run it away. Keep the block. You could play 7-3. Question is the attack the better option, or is priming the better option? Return hit here for white. Ooh, 2-3. Cocking 2-3 is not a good idea in that position. 2-5. This would imply that the 6-4 should have been played the other way, but that's based on a one-game rollout. All 6. Stop, think. You've got the stronger board, you're ahead in the race, you're trailing, and here comes the cube. Well done. So Tobias sort of got himself into this situation. This looks like a crushing double. Fours and fives hit. He's ahead in the race by a considerable margin. So once you get that far, then you ask yourself, am I too good? And again, it looks like White has a lot of work to do. And if he hits with a four and gets it back, he may regret it. But it's oh, he dropped it. He did double and he did pass. So again, one of those positions to look at again later. It's not always obvious that play-ons for the gammons are play-ons, and that was one of them. So the match is tied at 9-all. We effectively have an 8-point match for the Gibraltar Championship. Five and three, both players making a point. Double four, cracking roll, make the 9-point and come up to the 20-point. And then back to what I was talking about earlier, you exert pressure, because this is going to be close to a cube unless, so I'm not sure about the two, and I would at least think about the cube. It doesn't matter if you don't cube, but he took about a nanosecond to make up his mind there. Well, it's not going to do anything other than that. So again, have a look. Nines and twos hit. You're ahead in the race. Your board is equal to red. There's some pressure that can be applied. But no, two and one. Well, now you're going to hit. You'll probably make the 8-point with a one. Because it's, I'm not sure you want to pick it up. This is only 5-4, 5-6. So again, because you've got the anchor in red's board, you can pretty much do what you like. And of course, then he's not actually going to hit with 5-4, so that checker was at no risk. So now we've got a mutual holding game. So looks like he's going to play safe. Just play 13 to 9, 11 to 6. It's hard to see anything else. It gives you a 4-point block. 5 and 4, again, another trivially easy roll to play. Yeah, good stuff so far. Double three. So that's two of them. Where are the other two? You can play 9 to 6 twice or 7 to 4 twice. Is probably better. No heroics, 13 to 6. Again, no. 3 is clear, not sure about the 2. It's probably okay. 5-2. And again, you're just going to play 8 to 3, 6 to 4 here. You're certainly not going to run. You don't run when behind, which is what red is in this position. I think you play 6 to 4 just to smooth out the builders. I mean, obviously you could play 3 to 1. Only one number to cover it, so a 5. So make the ace point. 5-3. Yeah. Now red's got 3 stripped points, so you can play 6 to 1, 4 to 2, and I think that's probably what he's going to look at doing. If you play 6 to 4, it's a sort of dilly builder. So, oh, double 5, probably the end of the game. Here comes QB. This one's a pass. Yeah, quick pass. So, for the first time since the first game, I think, Bogu has taken the lead. 10-9. What have we got now? 6 and 2. So I wonder if either player is feeling nervous yet, approaching the end of the match. So this is a standard play, 13 to 9. This duplicates 2. That's a pretty rubbish roll. So you got the choice between hitting or simply playing 18 to 9, or even 18 to 13 and 24 to 20, with some duplication of 3s. I think I prefer that. So, given that he's going for the hit, and that's paid off. So here you duplicate 4s by playing 24 to 18. Well, if you hit with a 4, you haven't got a 5. So maybe you just make the 4 point. With 13 to 4. It's an ugly roll, but you need to play ugly rolls well to win it backgammon. So I could hit, but I prefer making the. It's close, maybe. 5-2, you're going to hit. Which one are you going to hit? Probably hit the one in the home board. A, it stops white building a point. Secondly, this play gives white a good 6, and a good 2, and a good 4. Always nice to have your plays justified by players rolling. Yeah, it's ugly. 3-6, complete miss. Close game so far. 6 and 4. 6 and 4. Okay, so 2 points made. But now red has a free roll effectively. So it's going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. So red structure's a bit unwieldy, but that roll won't help white because you can't move the rear checkers. So you're either playing 6 to 1, 6 to 4, or 13 to. You're not going to give up the midpoint, or you shouldn't give up the midpoint. So the midpoint is the fundamental communication channel between your checkers front and rear, so you don't give it up. So this is sort of giving it up. And I think you're much better off playing, if you're going to do that, you play 13 to 8, 13, 11, you've got another builder for the 5 points. Or 4, 2 points, I think. Make the 4 point and the 2 point. Because if you make the 5 point, where's the last one? Yeah, 2 and 2. Yeah, nice play. So that's brought red right back into contention in this game. 6-5 is going to run away, remake the bar point, I think. You could point on a 2 point, but probably anti-thematic. 1, 2, 3, and 1 for luck. Yeah, and this game is over unless white rolls a 5. This game is over, or it should be. Here it comes. And white loses way too many gammons to even think about taking this cube. Any 1 or 3 for red. 4-3 makes the 5 point. Double 4 makes the 5 point. So he's thinking about it. He should have seen positions like this before and know what to do. But with all of those checkers in the outer board, the weaker home board, this is a crystal clear pass. Yeah, it's fine. So 10 all. So we're now at a 7-point match for the Gibraltar title this year. Um, we've been going, they've been playing just probably 2 hours, I would think, by now. So you need to be physically fit to play good backgammon because you need to be mentally fit, and it's difficult to be mentally fit without being physically fit. Um, that's a good idea to keep in good condition if you're serious about playing backgammon. Oops, one of those nice rolls. All right, 3-2. Okay, fine. So white's got a point, red's escaped a checker. Whoops, white's escaped two checkers and has a blindingly obvious play to make. One and up you pop. So looking at the escape hatch via the white's 9-point. This is probably 13 to 7, 6 to 4. 2, time to go time. So is he behind in the race? 15, 6, 7, 8, 7, 1, 11. 1, 4, 1 for red. So white's ahead by 13 pips. So certainly should be thinking about cubing. Because the 3-shot is potentially very powerful here. Oh, double 5 and just makes 5-point. It's such an easy game when played well. You can play this completely safe, obviously, with 15 to 10, 13 to 8. Let's see. 3 and 2. So in 3, slot 2. Do a count. Or not, as the case may be. This is a shot. And a hit. Duplicating 2s. Chance. Is missed. Made the point. Twenty. Looks like he's going to be making a 2-point twice. Yeah. So here, red has escaped his checkers. He follows Mishi's basic uh, rules for this type of position, which is to leave no shots unless you have to. So is he going to go? If he's ahead in the race, he should race. Otherwise, you stay back there to create. Now, again, time to do some sums. But this is a good fours duplication play. It basically leaves 6. Oh no, double 2 doesn't hit. So it only leaves 5 hitting numbers. 3, 4, 1, 4, 4, 4. So this is an acceptable risk, I believe, because it helps to clear the midpoint. Well, it'd be 23 pips up after the roll. So can you get home if you don't hit? So Hitting makes this game fundamentally a one-shot preposition where red is a 31-5 favourite. So that, to me, is good enough to justify the small risk that red takes now. Yeah, good play. Five, three. Been a lot of top dice today. Double one, one. Swap the 3-point. Yeah, but now this is still a cube, big cube. And he's rolled. Why has he rolled? One, two, three, four. I'm assuming I haven't missed a cube anyway. That should have just been a cash. Six is going to be played 7-1. This is still a double. Now, this could be a weaver play. That means it looks apparently slightly weaker than he was before. There you go. He's taken. It might even be a take. Let's see. So he should have doubled the roll before. Okay, so the take was, just have a quick look. The take was a bad blunder, according to XG. Here's one of the reasons. So now, if he's going to hold everything, he's going to play 6-1. So now, even when he gets a shot and hits it, 5-4 is an absolutely beautiful roll for red. So white might get his comeuppance here. Well, to at least pay the price for a bad take. 6 off, 6 out. There we go. I mean, there are still chances for white here. So should play 18-12 and 14-13. Yeah, okay. Again, you should sit and work out how many cover numbers there are. 5-3 is going to be this and that. So now 5-3, same roll for white, and he gets an unjustified win. Let's have a look. 2-1 puts him in gammon danger. So, okay, tidies up the block. Quite a few shot leaving numbers next turn. That increases the gammon danger, but increases the win rate. Now he's got no chance of winning, and he's trying to save a gammon. 5-4, 4 and 5 in. Again, a small technical inaccuracy. You just want to get your checkers to the 6-point, and he had the opportunity to do that there. So this time he's definitely should go in with the 5 because it's maximally efficient. Now he might not roll the right numbers. Still some gammon danger here. So now, please, will you play? Thank you very much. Right, okay. 5 and 2. 2 off. Small numbers you'd find it annoying, so it's straight in. Now, there's still a few sequences. No, there aren't. Sorry, there's 7 checkers left. Okay. So, 12-10. And it looks like it's break time. So, once more, I will be joining you in a few minutes. I'll take a break as the players take a break, but that was a poor take, and it cost him an extra point, basically. See you in 5. Looks like the players have taken a very short break and are now back. Oh, taking a drink. And 2 6s. Get the game underway. 6 and 5. Lovers leap. 24-13. 5-4 split and come down. We've all seen this before. Now you hit here. You can't start playing safe 2 moves into a game. You need to develop your checkers. Basically, the checkers are soldiers. They need to be on the field of battle and they need to be employed. And then sometimes you get a bonus from hitting when you don't get hit back. Now here you probably play 20, keep going, keep it going, I would think. You could play, that's a bigger play because it gives, yeah. So there was no duplication in that play, so it's probably too big. And now White has steered himself into some troubled waters without needing to. 4 out with a 5, down with a 4, and Red is rapidly approaching cubing country. It looks better than it is. It's going to make the 4-point and play 13-9. Nearly in cubing country, and this is definitely cubing country. Okay, so maybe at 0-0, it was a cube. I'd like to look at that one. As I said earlier, professional players, the really good players like Moshi, double earlier than the rest of us mortals. Yeah. So here comes the cube. Nice cube. White doesn't have an anchor, but he's taken. So you just cross with a 4 and a 5. So probably say play 5 and then 4 down. I think you just play 15-11 here. You could hit, but the checker on the 11 point is so useful. So I've just had a quick look at that double using XG mobile, and it was worse than a quadruple blunder to take. So when you don't have an anchor, so if you move the checker, white checker on the 23 point to the 22 point, it's a completely different position. In the position where he was doubled, he has no defense to a blitz attack. Okay, the wrong number was rolled. I'm not sure why it's taking quite so long to play this 5-4. To me, 15-11, 13-8 is very clear. I'm not hitting here. I'm 25 pips up, something like that. In fact, 24 pips up before the roll, so 33 after the roll. So no need to jeopardize the position, basically. A cup of tea or coffee has just arrived for Pogyu. What White desperately needs in this position is an anchor. That is what he doesn't have at the moment. You'd like to think that Red would punish White for taking, but there's no immediate But look, for example, in this position, if you'd rolled double five, that would have been a gammon. Double six, double three, all the doubles play extremely well. So yeah, okay. So there's a few fly shots here, none of which in any way particularly dangerous for Ed. So now he's got to take the anchor. Where's he going? Yeah, five. And now you start the 3 point. Start the point you want to make. Yeah. It's just plays 11 to 5. No need. You can do this. Leaves double four, and 5-4, and 6-2. Do you get enough value out of it to justify that play? It gives you a couple more rolls to make the bar point. Is it worth the risk? We will maybe see 4-3. He's going to make the 5 point. Do you want the 9 point? You're way ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4. I quite like this play. If you make the 9 point, it might be difficult to clear. So now he's going to go with 1, 2, and he's going to make the 3 point. He should make the 3 point just in case he gets a fly shot. So I think that's a small technical inaccuracy. No, make the 3 point and play 13 to 11. Again, yeah. You might want the bar. That's the point about this. So now you're going to play 12 to 11 2 and then think about the other two. So do you want the 9 point or do you want the 10 point? I think I like this play. So the 10 point here is called the Cinderella point. It's a point that is 7 points away from the anchor held by your opponent. The reason for not making the 9 point is the difficulty you have clearing it when you roll some sixes later on. This is great because you just clear that point. Five and swap the 2. Yeah. Make the point, make the bar. You never know. This might be the moment you get a shot. So why not guarantee that it's going to win? So red rolls 6-5. 5-1's not great. Yeah, that allows him to play 5-3 next time safely. So it's probably correct. Double six leaves a shot, but that only occurs half the time that 5-3 occurs. 4-3, 4-3. Okay, keeping the 6 point prime. 6-3 is a great roll. Now it will be a moment or two before white can leave a shot. It's probably going to go with 1 here because it gives red a few pick and pass numbers. But if you play 7-1, 7-2, you run the danger of small numbers next time completely destroying your board. So 22 to 11 gives you some small number of rating chances. You could even play 2 out, but he's way behind, so this looks like the right play. 2 off. Why would you not take another check roll? Right thing. Yeah. Gammons count double where I learnt the game. All your 2s play safely. So why on earth would you not take a check roll? Right, good. Four. It's going racing. He's a long way behind. Couple of doubles required by white to make this a real game. That's 6-5 is one of the nails in the coffin for white. Four, 6-4. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 checkers. So red can afford to miss with 1, 2, 6 and 3. Crawling towards the end of the game. Double 6 for white would at least make it amusing. It's probably got one too many checkers to make it amusing. But anyway, 3-2. Now probably needs a double just to keep the crowd excited. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now red doesn't want to roll 3, 1, 3, 2. Double 1. No, double 1's all right, actually. That wins the game. Yeah, okay. So 14-10. The last two games, both of you should have dropped, so actually the score should be only 12-10, but you rather overestimated his winning chances. You need to learn when to pass in backgammon. It's one of the strongest skills you can ever have. And here we go, 14-10, 9 away, 5 away. Sorry, 7 away, 3 away. So red would like to win an undouble gammon, and looks like there's going to be another short break. Yeah. So if you'll excuse me, I will also take a short break while they do whatever they're doing, stretching, etc. And I'll be back in 5 minutes. Looks like the Blairs are returning. So to recap, Thomas Hoag of Germany is leading Bogio Soren of Romania, 14-10 in the match, 17 points for the Gibraltar Backgammon Championship title for 2024. And off we go again. Opening 2-1. And again, here I think if you're behind, you really want to slot the 5 point. You need positions that are potential blitzes, potential primes. So this has paid off because he's made the 20 point. Or he's going to make red's 5 point. If he hits twice, that's wrong. So, yeah. Not much choice, really. 5-1. 3-1 is cocked, unfortunately, for Woggy. But he doesn't matter because he's made the 5 point anyway. Right, red wants an anchor. He'd love a 2 or a 5-3. 5-4 is somewhat ugly, so he's going to play 13-4 here. Now, there's another play actually, could run away 23-14 and duplicate 2s. So that would have been certainly worth looking at because he wants to play simple running games. He's a brief look at the cue from Bogey, but doesn't double. 6-4, probably make the point. Oh, 1 and makes the point. So that's a cube stopper. Why it's not going to be doubling here. Yes, he is. I'll withdraw my earlier comment. This is a very easy take. If indeed it is even a double, he's got 9 checkers in the attack zone, but red's got a good board. He's going to hit and then think about the 1. So I think that's pro-sure because 2 points gets Thomas to the Crawford game at 16 points. You know, getting to the Crawford game is not quite as good as winning the game, but it's very close to that. So that, hello, sequence. 5 to play. I think this is correct. So either a 4 or 1 is good for white. 6-2 is not. We're going to play 13-5. Or you go for the very big play, 13-7, 8-6. Because red can't hit both those checkers. And you've offered the cube. And 1 extra block may not cost that much. So 13-7 is very clear. It's just the structure is not great, basically. 6-2. Is he going to run away? So you play 8-2. Again, still the 4 and the 1 required. There's the 4. Think about the 3. 3 comes down. So I think it was worth running away with that 6-2 because it would have duplicated 4s. 5-3 going to make the point. So red is now trying to strengthen before heading for the hills. 5-4 is not so great. 2 down probably. The idea, white wants to make the 3 point or the bar point here. Fairly clear tactic or strategy, whichever word you want to use. 4 and something. Again, the glare on the dice. I'm not sure what the second number is, but it's obviously not, you can't hit with anything. So I'm afraid the dice roll is a mystery at the moment, just because of the glare from the overhead lighting. So 4, 6-4. So he was debating running away. But, it's interesting. As 5-2 is a great roll, makes us 3 points. It's not going to take long to find that. 6-2, 6-3 for red. Double 6 is good. 3-2, 2 off the 4 point. Yeah. So who's going to crack first? 6-4. Interesting roll. Probably played 20 to 10, I would think, rather than bringing in 2 checkers. 20 to 10 duplicates the ace, keeps the checkers in the outer board focus at the bar point, which is what White would like to make next. The alternative is 10 to 6, 93, but then what do you do next time? You're forced with a 6. So to me, this looks clear. 13 to 6 here, I think. Yeah. Okay. The one thing, obviously, red does not want to do in this position is to lose a gammon. Double 1. Interesting. Making the 8 point looks a bit weird. Why leave anything? 10 to 9 to 6, 5 to 4. If you come 9 to 6, you've got an extra attacker if red runs with a 6. So this looks really ugly. This is neither fish nor fowl. 6-5, now you go. Gotta go. But because of White's weak play on the last roll, he's only got 1 attacking number. So red will lose far fewer gammons by making this play than he would any other play. And losing a gammon here would not be great for him. So with only 1 checker back. Yeah. So he's going to attack with 2s and 8s. He cocks the 2. Yeah, there's the 2. He's going to hit. He's going to play 9 to 8. So an ace for red. No, apparently not. 7s and 8s for white, but not 4-1. So how big do you play it? 9 to 5 is pretty clear. Do you play 8 to 7 to get an additional cover number? Because a gammon is worth a lot to white here, and red has still got a blot in board. So 9 to 5 must be the 4. So in any decision in backgammon, hello. What has that got? That has nothing to do with the position. That's a really weird play. Okay, still 7s and 8s. 7s is good enough. It's all right. You got away with that. There we go. Now, this is poor because he's just left double 6 as a bad number. Didn't need to do that. Perfect bear off position there after all that. So here you take a checker off. Yep. 9 crossovers for red to save the gammon. 14 crossovers for white to win a gammon potentially. I think red would be happy to come in with a 6 here because he's not going to get shot for at least 2 rolls. Now he can get a shot next time if white rolls a double. That's probably going to be a 2-point game or a single game. And 4 is 4. Take a crossover with the 2. Yep. Still some gammon danger here if red rolls poorly and white pops in a double. 5 is clear. Yeah, just the one checker to get home now. Probably doesn't help White's cause. 6-5, 6-5. Double five still doesn't save the gammon. Right, only double five. Oh, so close. Right, so 14-12. I think the PR difference between the two players is quite big based on what I've seen so far this afternoon. There've been some elementary errors from Berkey, particularly around the doubling cue. Anyway, here we are, 14-12, 3 away, 5 away. Gammon for bogey with the cube on 2 would be super wonderful for him, getting him to Crawford. This is a hit. This is the standard way of hitting. Oh, nice roll. 1-2. Make the 4 point. Now, because of the score, double 2 in return, so no immediate danger. Yeah. If you're going to swap double 2s, that's the way to do it. Turn 1, that's more interesting. So, White's ahead in the race. I don't think he wants to make the 23 point. I would play bar 22 here. There's a certain amount of duplication of 7s. Okay. Whoa, double 4. Right. All the way with the hit. Yeah. Great roll. Good return shot. So, some good entering numbers. That would happen to be one of them. 1, 2. That's the easy bit. Do you make the 10 point? Do you make the 11 point? Do you run the rear checker? This duplicates 3s quite nicely. Advantage red. This time the 5-6 doesn't work. So, but he hits with the 6 to take a tempo away from red, who was threatening mayhem. 3 and 4. Okay. 3. Excuse me. Now let's see. Hello. What? No, 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 no. Just triplicate 3s, I think. Okay, it's gone for this. I suppose there's 5's duplication this way. This looks like that. Pick and pass. We're back to Swiss cheese again. Any entering number is good. 3 in, pick up the 2. Advantage red still. Yuck. He's going to make the ace point. He's not going to bring 4 down because that would basically give up the outer board to Thomas. Yeah, good play. Double 4, I think I might be able to play this. No, there's actually there's a number of plays, but I think I'm making the 5 point here. You could do this. I'd certainly have a look at making the 5 point. Yeah, this has got to be right. You're gonna win some gammons here. Yeah, good play. In a hit, no other play. I could at least make red nervous by doing this. And here we are, nerves. Think about the cue because of the score. Uh, okay, could do this, or he could make the 3 point. 6-1. Now I'm thinking of doubling at 14-12. Now it makes the 3 point. Is he going to see it? Hopefully he will. Now, if red doesn't roll a 5, double 2, wrong way up. So, easy to play, 3 down and split at the back with the 1. Oh, no, no, no. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I'm just checking I haven't missed a cube somewhere. So now he's too good and can take a roll. So from a position of strength, I wonder about the double 4 where he made the 5 point. I mean, because of the other board, because the strength of the other board and the score, you can always second guess yourself. So I need to see the match file. 2 out. Do this and don't roll double 4. I think you should have brought 2 out, and so now this is the reason you should have brought 2 out. Good number. Remove some of the excitement. White's probably better than even money to win a gammon here with 2 on the bar. Probably around about 65, 70%, I should think. No, I'm just going to play 8-2. Oh, sorry, I'm going to play safe. Yeah, beg your pardon. And again, I'll probably play this one safe as well. Still a big favourite to win the gammon. Two off. Perfectly safe bear off structure. Slender hope of saving the gammon for Thomas, but it's quickly disappearing over the horizon. Crossover needs to take, yeah, this is, so he's just saved a triple. Now he just needs two doubles to save the gammon. Tiny, tiny hope. And that's the end of that one. So the match is tied at 14 all. We basically have a 3-point match to decide the title for this year's Gibraltar Championship. Basic rules for a 3-point match: you double slightly early as the leader, you drop slightly early as the trailer. That's because basically getting to the Crawford game for either player is much stronger than getting to 2 away, 1 away. So let's just see how this pans out, see if they know the basic tactics for this score. I'm sure Thomas does. Again, we don't really know Bogu, so we don't know what he's going to do. 5-4. You still play standard backgammon, I think. 6-4, you make the 2-point here. 24-14 is too wide open. It's a common mistake, though, for people to play 24-14 in this position. But you don't give your opponent the chance to roll a 2 and get an edge, making the 2 points perfectly acceptable. So, yeah, he's found that play. 4 is easy. Yeah, slot, make the point. Defensive anchor secured. Ready to go on the attack if he gets the opportunity. 5-1's pretty awful. 5 split at the back. Now, if Thomas can, yeah, oh, nearly a doubling advantage at this score. That double 1 is a terrific roll. 3-1. Now you can come up with both. Probably the right play. Given the score, this is going to be close to a double, I believe. Because you do double early. You've got an anchor. Are you ahead in the race? That's another good question. 4 and 2 is a good number. Okay, so that, a quick look at XG, that was a missed double, and now this is going to be either too good or a pass. So again, you've got to take your chances when they present themselves. Backgammon. I think he can take a roll. 3s and 4s are good. Irrespective of what happens, he'll be the favourite. So yet another position that for money you just cash this. Guys cubing. All right. So again, had he cubed the roll before, that could have been a game-winning sequence. As it is, he's now only 1 point ahead in a 3-point match. So cubing is absolutely critical. As Paul McGreal said, it doesn't matter how well you play the checkers. If you play them badly, it will never make up for how badly you handle the cube. What's happened? 4-3. Who's got the 4-3? Okay, so this 4-3 is geared towards winning a gammon because 2 points, an undouble gammon wins in the match. Play 2 and slot the 1. Yeah, I think you want your checkers in play. You're certainly not going to play it. So, I think I would have preferred the bolder play there. But what do I know? 1-2. You're going to make the 9 point. I think you could make the 2 point. But with your opponent having a checker on the 3-point, this looks better. Yeah, good play. Makes the 5-point. Okay, so it's got the dreaded 1-5 back game. Just in time. So 1 and probably make the bar 3 times. I don't see what else he can do there. Red will prepare. Oh no. 1. It's actually quite an awkward roll. I think you've got to keep the anchors because otherwise, if you come off the 20-point, you how many is that? Is that 2? So you can come out 20 to 14, but I think I want to release a rear checker and keep the 5-point anchor. So here, because of the blotting board, I'm just going to play 15 to 9. So I had a spare on the 9-point. This is clear. Point. So, as Roberti says in his latest book, everything matters. Every pip, every checker. So this is going to be 2. I think you're probably going to play this. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now you need to stop and think. Because of so he's going to make the 4-point and the 2-point. No, he isn't, apparently. Interesting. White should double, red should pass. Here it comes. I can't imagine you're going to take this. Yeah. So now we have a 2-point match, and the next game should be the last one because the correct cube action at 2-away, 2-away is for the first person who has access to the cube to double it. A lot of beginners don't understand that, but it's mathematically proven. Kit Wolsey was the first person, I think, to actually explain in print why it was the case. Score. And again, at this score, I believe it's correct to play 24-14. Now, Thomas hasn't doubled. Interesting. So both players either are very nervous. I'm sure Tobias knows the correct way to play the cube here. He's still not doubling. So now he's going to hit twice. This is very strange to see a Masters Championship final where the cube has not been turned after the first roll. Now what's he going to do? Going to roll on. And now he's going to be too good. So, an interesting scenario. So that's going to be 2 of them. I think you just then play 7 to 5. Or you could play 5 to 4 twice because you want to make the bar, but I don't think there's any need for heroics, is there? I suppose because of the blotting board, this makes sense. 6. Boom. So this is going to be 5. What an ugly roll. 1, 2. No, don't put a checker out of play. Do not put a checker out of play. Well, 3, 2, yeah. Hello, I think you just played 2 3s, yeah. Yeah. So he's keeping the win in hand. 5-3, fans again. I think I want to. So that was very swiftly played. Again, you could have looked at slotting the bar there. This has got to be the right play. You can't afford to have 2 checkers back, 3 checkers back on the 24 point and give your opponent total control of the outfield. Okay. Is he ever going to double? Or does he still think he's too good? Probably you play 11 to 6 here. And swap, yeah. Hit. Now, Thomas rolls 4-1 and we've got a real game. 5-3, no. 4-3 is a mess. All the way, yeah. 1, 5 now. Don't make the ace point yet. You want that checker on the 6 point to make the 5 point. Yeah. Okay. 1s and 2s are good. 6-1, 6-2 are amusing. 6-1, 6 is forced. Won't take him long to find the right play. 6-1 the other way makes it amusing. 4-2. Now, do you make the 5 point or the 4 point? You can make the 4 point because then you can make the 5 point. 4 down, 3 in. Yeah. 4-2, 5 point. Okay, so Thomas is reduced to hoping for a shot either to win it or to save the gammon. That checker comes off. 2 and swap the 5. Yeah. 6-5 is poor. There it is. I can call these numbers just like that. 6-5, forced to play like this. Now forced for red, and it's going to be, oh, look, 4. Now what we're going to do? Now he's definitely not going to double. I wonder if he should double. 1, and that's a really poor roll for white. 1, 2, and 2 more. Okay. 7s and 10s, he pay a lot of money for. Now you can make the 3 point and the 1 point. You can, you're going to do this? Why would you? Oh, yeah, okay, 1 and then 3 out, probably. Take away double 1, maybe. So gammons are relevant, but the cube is still in the middle, I would remind you. It's not easy. And of course, you could hit even because some of White's entering numbers are horrible. What's he done here? 3-1. 3-1. So according to XG, the only play that is not a blunder here is 13 to 10 and 4 to 3. In which case, because then the 10 point acts on the blot on the 4 point, you've got a good partial structure in terms of a prime. You're certainly not going to hit 3 to 2. It's really difficult. So I'm not going to come out. One of the reasons 13 to 10 is good, because then if white rolls 5-3, for example, then it's got to expose another block. So in situations like this, you're looking at creating points that cause your opponent to crack what's left of his board. And here, white has a board that is very crackable, because a big number and a little number, unless that escapes, is going to create I think it's a fantastic play, and that's very well played by Thomas. To find that under pressure is good. Now you see the problem, and that's why making the 10 point was so good. So whatever he does, he's now going to create if he does this too, then he plays 4 to 3. Five and 1. 2 and run away. I think, yeah. Wow, this is fun. 5s and 1s hit. 1s hit there. So all Red has to ask himself is he favourite? And I think that was incredibly difficult to tell. So nice cube. I think it probably is favourite, but it's going to be relatively close. So would you risk as white the entire match on this cube? I think the answer is no. But he thinks the answer is yes. So we need to look at that later. Now, pick and pass. I think you want the additional checkers back. So this is the correct way to play 6-1. 6-4 is 1 in. So now red will attack. Oh, has he got a 6 to play? Sorry. Yeah. So this 6 is 4. So 3s, 4s. So again, 4. Keep the rear anchor for now and play the 5 productively. The red checker on the ace point So again, now you see the problem that basically he's got to go. It's what happens in the end game where your moves are restricted. 5-2 is really ugly. What are we doing with this? 5-2. Okay, yeah. Best of a bad lot. So firstly, this should be the last game anyway, because they should have queued in the opening rolls. Secondly, now gammons don't count. Obviously, white has taken off 3 checkers. I think his play is correct because there are some rolls where a 1 is going to expose yet another checker. 6-5. So it's got the choice of 21 to 10 or 18 to 7. Or, no, it doesn't work, sorry. So those are the 2 choices. I'd be trying to get, so 1s, 3s, 6s. Nearly every number is going to hit. You try and get 1 checker closer to home by playing 18 to 7. It's kind of for the other variation, I think. Okay, so 1s, 3s, 6s. So 4 and 1 hits twice. White needs the problem of playing without a home board is you're at the mercy of the dice, basically. So now Thomas is going to hit with any 3, 4, or 6. So he's going to hit with the 6. He's going to hit twice, I think. So you're playing a priming or a blitzing game. I think you're playing a blitzing game. Oops, what's happened here? Again, the problem for white is if he comes in, he's probably got to come out. So I'm not sure about that play. So again, problems. 2. Now he's going to hit with a 1. You see just how constricted you become. A 1, hit again, 2, 3. He's going to do it that way. Okay, well, that's fair enough. And then if you're going to do that, you're going to play 10 to 9, I think. Or you do this, don't give double 5. 2 in. I think you can afford this, 15-11. So 5-6 is white's best roll. Double 6 is not. 5-1, you can begin to see the writing on the wall. But oh, 2-3, the worst possible entering number. Now any 1 or 4. Oh, 2-3, spanning. Wow. There is still some excitement left. Here we go. Come on. 6-3 or something? Double 4. Can't play. Terrible roll. Double 3. Can't play. It's comedy hour. Still some excitement here. Still 5 is out. Forced, obviously. We'll play the 5 because there is no other play. Minimize shots. Yeah. 1s, 3s, 4s, 6s. 1s and 6. The end is nigh, quite likely. But had Berger correctly dropped that double, then Thomas would have potentially paid the price for not cubing on the first couple of rolls of the game. So he's actually got away with it because his opponent blundered and took the cue. Be interesting to see the PRs after the event. I don't think they're going to be particularly high, but again, I could be wrong. There's been too many mistakes all around. 2-6 would be fun. 5-4 doesn't help. So he's going for this. So he's clearing the most difficult point now. Interesting. Potentially could have kept it for one more roll. So the 5 is coming in to the 4 point, I think. Still okay. I think despite the risk, you do that. If you're going to do that, why not move it to the 4 point? Because now double 6 leaves a shot anyway, but you've got poorer distribution. So minor point, 4-2. Okay. So staying out, may stay out forever. 5 is good, 3 is good. Still not coming in. Incredible. Clear the 6 point, play that. Right, so now unless red rolls 5-3 or 6-3, next roll, is probably pretty much home free. 6, swap the ace point because you're not, just in case you get some weird shot later on. 3, then you might want to play, you do want to play, so 2 and 3. Your 2s are all right, actually. You can still play them. 4-3, run away. 6-5, 2 off. But now the problem with playing the 3-2 the way he did earlier, all his 2s except 3-2 and double 2 don't play very well. 1, 2, 3. And last one out. Oh, hello. Okay. Not sure about the last one, but may not matter. 4-3. Yeah. I think you just run the 19-point checker. 5 and 3. We are nearing the end. Now the only thing that creates some fun is 6-2, 5-2, or 4-2 from red. Okay, so unless red rolls a 2, we're probably done. 3-1. Still, white has winning chances. Now make the... Why is he doing that? Okay, do it that way. Now, 4-1 takes some of the excitement out of the end of this match. I'll do. So 10 numbers leave a shot. You'll hit that approximately a third of the time, which is 3 numbers. But then he still has a fantastic amount of work to do to win. So this could be it. 2-1. Now do you hit? Apparently not. So an ace for Berger to make it an exciting finish. Come on, here we go. Big shake, big rattle, big roll. Come on, go for it. No. So thank you very much for watching the final, listening to me talk your way through the final. I hope you've enjoyed the match. It'll be interesting to get the match file and analyze some of the positions. If anyone has transcribed it, you can perhaps send it to the organisers and I'll get hold of it. No doubt will now be a presentation ceremony, but I'm going to take a well-earned cup of tea. So thank you very much for listening, and I'll see you again at another tournament. This is Chris Bray signing off.
Yeah.